live stream, and to all of our whānau who are in the chambers today. Welcome to our formal council meeting. To formally open, we'll pass over to our kōwhai, Deputy Mayor Kelly, to open with our council karakia.
Ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai kua whiriwhirihia mō te kaunihera o Taisokero ki te raki, ki te mahi me te ngākau wawa, me te whakamahi i ngā pukinga me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga, me ngā whakataunga kia whakatūria, ai te tahi hapuri e matatika ana, e tū kotahi ana ka mutu ka whakapiki anō, i te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka whakatau anō i ngā take o te rohe i runga i te tika me te pono. We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District Council with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen.
Before we get into our presentations, just a few mayoral announcements from me. Of course, I am freshly back from Europe, and I had a very good break and conference at the One Young World Young Leaders Summit in Belfast in Northern Ireland, where I may have picked up a little reward that I brought home, which was very exciting, but it was inspirational, and I just wanted to firstly thank Kelly for standing in as our acting mayor while I was away. Thank elected members for not being too naughty while I was away. Didn't have any hui when I got back. There weren't too many yellow report cards, so no, thank you all very much, but it is very good to be back. For our whānau online, copies of our agenda are available on our Far North District Council website. Just a reminder that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed on our Far North District Council YouTube channel and Facebook page. And for those who are joining the meeting online via Teams today, if you're not speaking, if you could please keep your microphone on mute and your camera off. And then when you speak, just remember to turn your microphone and camera back on. And if possible, please use the headset so that you can be heard and can hear clearly. Today in the Maramataka, in my Maramataka, it's Okoro, which is a good energy place. So I'm hoping that will mean we have a very good food today. Of course, something big happened on the weekend. We had our general election. So I just want to give congratulations to our new Member of Parliament for Northern, Grant McCullum. Don't know him very well, but I have had some interactions with Grant, and I know that he will do a good job representing us. But not only just Grant, we have, it might be almost a record of how many members we're going to have in Parliament from the Far North or representing the Far North. So a huge congratulations to everyone. Our Te Tai Toketo electorate, congratulations to Matua Calvin Davis, who has, on the current numbers, won that seat. But it's very exciting to know that we're going to have just so many people down in Parliament who have special interests in their home care, and I know that we will be working very well with our parliamentarians as a council. I want to give a huge congratulations to Janice Smith. Janice has been a part of our organisation for 18 and a half years. Is currently the group manager for our corporate services, has been a acting CE for us and with me as well. But congratulations, Janice, and I can finally announce on the live stream that we have lost you to South Wairarapa District Council and you will be the new Chief Executive. So huge congratulations to you. This is your last council meeting. And I know that we'll still get to have interactions with you through our local government New Zealand partners. So all the best with your new role, Janice, and you'll do amazing things with South Wairarapa down there, and I'm glad you get to be closer to your family as well.
Thank you.
We also have some new, what we like to call our GGs, our governance girls and on occasion guys. Cassie, did you want to introduce who we have on the room today and who we have on the team? Our governance girls look after us as a council, our elected members, and also make sure that our meetings run properly, our agendas are prepared. So I'll pass over to you to introduce our members today.
Thank you, Kaika. We have next to me in the hot seat today, Fleur Beresford, who has gratefully joined us in the Democracy Services team as a democracy advisor. So council is a shared role, and she'll also be looking after the Assurance, Te Middle Assurance Risk and Finance Committee, as well as the Bay of Islands Whanganui Community Board. Over to our right, we have Ellie Greenwood. Ellie, if you don't mind, so that people can see you, sorry. Ellie has joined the Democracy Services team. I think this is week two. Week two. She'll be looking after the Te Kōkua Transport Committee as well as the Te Hika Community Board. And then we have Emery Dunn, who's currently working on some IT issues for our elected members, as we do in the background, who's come across from the Customer Services Center, and she'll be looking after the Te Kwaka Te Aomari Committee and the Kaikohe Community Board. So please warmly welcome our new GGs. We are very grateful to have them on board. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's great to have you on our council whānau. We also have Eli Smith, who will be our council interpreter for today's meeting. He's in our taipana tōtara and will be providing simultaneous translation, so we can just go with the flow of our meeting via our headset. So mihi nui ana ki a koe e hoa, mai mai haere. Those are my mayoral announcements. We'll get into our deputations, and we have a significant number of deputations today. So I will be asking Casey to keep our timer on just so that we can get home at a respectable hour in the afternoon, if that's all right, please, whānau. Our first deputation is from Rewi Tollett, who is going to be speaking to the long-term plan for lawn mowing by council. This is something that came up in my previous term as a representative. Kaikohe Hokianga, so it's great to have you here to speak to us on council. Hopefully we can get something happening for the community over in Kohukohu. We'll pass the time over to you.
There's rugby, there's JMB, it's the only sports hub on the North Hokianga side. We've got nothing. So we want to use this as a sports hub, not just for rugby, but for all of the community of the North Hokianga.
Tēnā koe Rewi. Happy to open to the floor for any questions you may have of Rewi. Kia ora Tamati.
Kia ora, tēnā koe. Rewi, thank you for your deputation. Pai tikiti i tō kanohi me te rongo i tō reo e tautoko ana i ngā hākina kino o Hokianga whānui. Hoi no, tātai, I think for a lot of whānau who haven't had the pleasure of visiting the North Hokianga or Kohukohu, can you please just sort of give us an idea of the scope, the types of sports that Kohukohu have been hosting, not just sports but other events, and you know there might be issues around, I don't know, roading, access to Kohukohu, and the distance between the nearest sports club, which I'm guessing might be towards Kaitaia way. So if you can just sort of elaborate on giving us an idea of your guys' situation in Kohukohu.
Yes, so we're obviously rural and remote. We're pretty much an hour from every major town, from Kaikohe, Kirikiri, Kaitaia. We're an hour, so we've re-established our own JMB. We've proudly got a Northern rugby rep to help grow community sports in the area as well. The roads, I don't have, I mean, you guys should all know about the roads. We've got people that travel as far as Pangaru and Miti, and that, for them, that's another hour to have to go to these major towns. So 2 hours there one way and back for kids to play sports. Perfect example is this weekend, Labour weekend. We've got the Christopher Harris, a family tournament that's been going for 40 plus years. There'll be thousands of people there this weekend. We have touch in the summer. We play cricket. We have the women's thing, which has been very successful for our Cody women's team. You know, the Hokianga is a real hub for sportsmen. James Fisher Harris, all these superstars come from the far north. They don't come from Auckland and that. So we're just looking to help grow our facility to support the community. Yeah. We're right now it's farmers and tractors mowing the lawns, and then when we have to pay for it, we've got to pay a contractor at least 300 times every time to mow it. And like I said, when the women are training, the car lights are on. We've got lights, but they only light up one particular of the field. The changing rooms aren't suitable for our wahine when they're playing their sports, so we're just looking assistance to upgrade it.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Deputy Mayor Stratford, and then I think I heard Councillor Radic as well.
Yeah, just quickly, Lewy, you did send us a attachment. I'm not sure it went to all elected members though, titled Motukohu Facility in Kohukohu. Should I table that with your deputation so that we've got that extra information?
Yeah, yes,
yeah.
Please. Yeah.
And also just confirming that the facility is owned by Far North District Council.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Radic, did I hear you with a question there?
Yes, good morning, Riri.
Morning.
Riri, is the Motuku club rooms being used? Has it been used this season?
Yeah, so it's been used this season. So we've, myself and others, we got $60,000 this year through funding to upgrade the facilities inside the kitchen, new cooking supplies so we can support that. We've got new fridges and cooking, and we've reupholstered the walls and stuff, but it's the actual facility in terms of changing ablutions and mowing the field and stuff like that. But it's been used all this year. Yeah,
yeah, I've just been told by Joseph Pomare a few weeks ago that J&B is thriving in North Hokianga. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so we've got our own J&B through Northland now, and we've got our own J&B going in Hokianga now.
Good one, Riri. Keep up the good work, mate.
Thank you for that, Councillor Radic. One thing we know is that if the JB is thriving, that we want to ensure that there is a place and scope for that to grow through into them eventually representing us in what will soon be the 4th World Cup winning All Blacks team. So, thank you very much for that, Rewe. We've got our final question from Councillor Boyd.
Kia ora, Rewe. I was just really to the staff because the scope for the new contracts for mowing have been put to the community board and a list of all the spaces and the category of heights of mows for each space. And to the community board, the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board, you can include this if you so propose through the process, but I'm not sure the timing from the staff. The staff had any.
I think it has to be added as a part of because sorry, to my knowledge, the Kohukohu Sports Club lease has come up for renewal, so they were looking at adding that upon staff's advice as well. That was from Kevin.
One thing I'll be wanting to do following this deputation and the tabled additional information that our Deputy Mayor's referenced there, Rewe, is looking to our local councillors and our community board to make sure that this isn't just you come and tell us and it kind of gets filed away. What happened, you came and told me when I was a councillor, and that we do have some outcomes from it so that we can, if it comes down to including things in our contracts, how do we do that? If it's something that needs to come up for deliberation in our long-term plan, because there's capital expenditure, what's the appropriate process in line. But I thank you very much for your deputation to us today, Rewi, and we'll definitely be picking this up. Thank you. Our next deputation is from Rolf and Inga on the Carbon Neutral New Zealand Trust. It's great to have you both in our chambers today, and happy to pass the time over to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Kia ora kai ka moko, kausai Kelly, and all of the county staff. We would like to give a very big mihi to all of you for all the work that you are doing on behalf of all the community. And we realize that you have a very, very big responsibility on administering all the rates that the 70,000 little bosses of this community are wrestling up all the time. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about the climate action lens that now needs to be applied to all of the decisions that you are making. We would like to introduce ourselves. We are Inge and Rolf from the Carbon Neutral New Zealand Trust. We have been here for 21 years. We came on an airplane after having worked for about 20 years in the Far East as a banker and as a trader. And we are very grateful now here trying to be really responsible for Te Taio and working now for the charitable Carbon Neutral Trust, which is actually an offspring of Vision Kerikeri. We founded it 5 years ago when Rod Brown, our chairman at that time, realized that climate change is going to be a very, very important issue. So we've been trying to do our very best on giving some help. So 5 years ago, we created a carbon calculator, pro bono. We were earlier than the Future Fit one that was done by Auckland and Wellington at very high cost. Ours was available right away, free of charge, and we even won an award from NRC about it. And thousands of users have worked out their carbon footprint now, which is of course necessary because you can only reduce something that you can measure. We also provide we aim to provide information and training on using Taio or environment. And as you can see a lot of it on our website. So over to Rolf.
FNDC's climate change roadmap provides a very clear path forward. We believe that the time is overripe for action. Already 5 years ago, we had urged Council at this place to declare a climate emergency in vain. It is vital for Council to view every decision through a climate action lens, additional to the 3 lenses already applied in the compliance requirements: financial, legal, and cultural. NRC does this already. Some of those risks are clearly linked to climate. Just imagine the impact and cost if Cyclone Gabriel had hit the far north as severely as Coromandel and the Napier area. More storms will come to shore. Treasury has estimated the damage from Cyclone Gabriel and the 2023 Auckland floods to mind-boggling $9 to $14.5 billion. In comparison, that's 6 to 9% of government's fiscal expenditure. Increases in extreme weather events, such as drought, extreme rainfall and storms, affect agriculture, horticulture, fisheries, forestry, tourism and infrastructure. Food insecurity, loss of livelihoods and uncertainty around climate change have ongoing impacts on mental health, and climate change and biodiversity loss will affect vulnerable people most, further reinforcing inequalities for Maori. like many in the townhouse.
So we have 3 tangible requests to our County Herald. Number 1 is enable the communities. Use the resources that have not been used very much, and that is knowledgeable people here in the far north. Many of the community here, especially the retired ones in Kirikiri, for example, have a lot of knowledge which could be used, could be employed. Not employed for money, but they're all willing to work pro bono. We would like you to inform the community more about what you are doing, and we want you to lead and to show with bold actions what can be done. But communicate, communicate, communicate. There is too little information about all the good things that you are doing. And at the moment you are doing tremendous lots of stuff, and you are, have given consultant contracts to find out more about the basic data concerning the environment. The second thing that we want is bold decision making. Decisions that can help us and that make good use of the rates that are being used to administer. The third one
is act on wastewater. 55% of FNDC's emissions result from wastewater treatment plants, many located in vulnerable coastal or flood areas. There's a huge potential to improve. The new government is likely to leave the water management with councils, so with you. Cost-effective, environmentally sound solutions are available for our small towns, which have small systems. We are glad about Council's decision to finally start trialing simple, cheap, and effective electro-coagulation wastewater treatment plant systems in Taipa and Ravini. The other expired wastewater treatment plants require similar bold decisions urgently. Please, councillors, there is no time to lose. Even if the new government intends to reduce the focus on climate risks, you bear the responsibility for the Far North residents' well-being.
no reira, nami and tina koutou, tēnā koutou, tīna koutou katoa. Thank you for your time and consideration. And please remember our invitation for the mini seminars on the 3rd of November in the Turner Center about thermal imaging and more environmental knowledge.
Thank you both very much. You must have practiced because you were just right on time. Thank you very much.
We are numbers people.
Carbon neutral.
Yeah.
I always, whether it's coming over to look at electrocoagulation or a talk on the street or here in chambers, you always leave me feeling just that little bit more excited about the possibilities and opportunities we have in these spaces to do this. So thank you both very much for coming today.
Thank you.
And congratulations, Kanika. Thank you.
Our next deputation is from Sean Stratton, who will speak about sewage and wastewater at Tokirau. Kia ora, Sean, thank you very much.
Kia ora
for coming
koutou
today.
katoa. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to address the council. I see a fair few familiar faces around the table. It's a mihi to you all for the hard work that you do. I've got a little bit of work.
So through you, the chair, I've just requested access to your video. Do you happen to have?
Well, I left my phone in the car.
Okay.
I'll pop out. If you want to move on to the next one, I can come back. Is that
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Sean. We're now going to move on to deputy. I have 2 names on here, but I think there's potentially more whānau in the room who want to speak to the Kirikiri Waipapa Spatial Plan Engagement Report for Te Pātukurea. Whānau, I've got Ricky and Arnold down here, but I think we might have more. I'm happy to pass the time over to you to speak to our spatial plan and the work in this.
And they get a hundred times.
No mai haere mai.
Kia ora. Rana ki tēnā koe ngā mātuna huri rauna. Te tuatahi rana ke tau te rangi maari ki tātu kata. Mihi atu rā te kaihaka rite mai mara te tia kane. Kia kona rā ki moko hoki tāwahi. Tēnā. Reira tēnā koutu kato e te kamihira. E tere tūranga hoku e tōna mai te tamai ki iti nei ia kika a kore nei e te taima i te rāna i rāo o whaku e take a tenu o rāua. Hoi nei a tēnei hari kua hoku nei e haka ki o rāua nei hu. Ki te tua ke nei i tēnei wā ki te tua ke a sili a mua ia. A hako peha tako tōtoko ia e ka tōtoko ia e mua e muri rāna e mua. Tana tūranga. E ata, koe rā tēnā ko te tūranga o waitai mo te runanga Ngāti Rei. Ka rongo ia koe māta nei whakaaro. Ka pareki ni atu ngā whakaaro. E tau mai ki kone. Ko wahunga mai mapuni. Makotu i piripi. Kore kumi roa ke tēnei tūranga o tātu kata. Kira hui hui mana tātu.
Kia koutou katoa. Good to see some old faces and new faces. The last time I stood here, supporting our recommendations and TIA with the chair, but you are now. So for that, good to see everyone that I know and those that I don't. My name is Rio Greenie. I'm one of the reps from Ngāti Korohui. We've got representations here from our Ropu, Tai mai ki te marangai, 9 marais, but so some of those representatives are Ngāti Haneira, Turi Taniwha, Ngāti Rangi, Kewhi, Ngāti Rē here, Ngāti Mau, which is here, and Ngāti Korohui from Lake Mapiri. Just in regards to the Te Pātuku Rea, Kupu Ropu, we became part of the governance structure in regards to the spatial planning, and just looking at what we have been provided in this opportunity to make decisions at this governance group. But before I go any further, I just want to translate the word that we sort of made that word up or constructed it out of the growth of our culture based on our history to drive our economy that protects our environment. So that's what that means for not just Kirikiri but for Waipapa and right out to the coast. So it covers a big area. So we believe that the work that had been done with the council as partners would be of great benefit and is critical to our growth in our area, in our people and the place, not just historically, culturally. Culturally as the changes that are happening in that area, and the infrastructure and the environment, and the people that we will accommodate in our future, which is our growing families and looking after our old people in the area. So what is relevant to us is that, this district plan or spatial plan is a long-term well-being, not just for our people, but for the changes in Kirikiri and Waipapa and in the north. And we hope that their growth aligns before the proposals, themes that are in this document, and we submit that as the representations have had that input in, and we hope that you endorse the public engagement with our community, our people, and everyone else. And just to wrap it up, just some of the purposes that we were seeking in here for us as culturally, we were looking at a Māori monitor strategy around waterways, development, and investments, which we required one of the blocks up in Waipapa of Hukatautara for the Crown, which was given back to manage at this stage. There are other summaries of the executives, which we took into consideration with other groups in Kirikiri, the radar groups, Kirikiri visions and other activities around the sports. We would fit in this options and identified some of the emerging things that you have in there. And yes, there's a reason always for having a budget, and hopefully the budget will play out from this year to 2024. Without anything else,
E me tutahi mihi atune kia koutou katoa. Mihi atune kia koutou I tēnei ata, I tuku ia nei te mātou kia tuatu mui a koutou ki te kororo I wa mātou whakaaro. Mihi ana hoki ki te rōpū o taunei I tēnei ata, tautoko ana hoki ngā whakaaro. O kohia ki runga ia. I guess the presentation has been already given to the council, the district council, and to all councillors in terms of the work that has been done, and totally support the whakaaros of the group. I guess it's one of the things for Ngāti Rehia has always been to support the whānau district council in their endeavours in the future. But one of the key things for Ngāti Rehia is also that we actually don't see Patukurea and support them in the way that the council wanted us to support. And sometimes that's actually quite difficult. In what the council wants and what the council actually expects of us. And for us as ahika for a long time in Kirikiri and mana whenua, as we see it ourselves and have done that hard work, if you like, with the council for many, many years. And we want to remain that part that works with the relationship that we have carried as the hapu of Ngāti Rehia. Ko tera te mea tai e whakaaro o koutou e moko. I guess it's that kind of thinking that we support what the council wants, but don't totally, ne? Because you actually have to take it from the Māori perspective for where, as we as a hapu, actually want our voice heard, and bringing together a group of people that the council wants, not us. And I think that perspective has to actually be something that the council needs to look at. Because if you're going to recognise a group, and I heard Rio say that there's a budget for the work that they will do, I think that there's a way of doing those kind of things. And the way to do that is actually to actually awhi te tahi in the purposes of what the council actually is asking for, because we don't always agree with the council, and of course that's actually something that we actually really say so when we actually have the opportunity. But I tēnei rā ko haere mai ki te tautoko I te kaupapa ko whakatakutohia nei te mui I te kaunehira. That's the way forward, and so ka tuatu ki te mihi atu kia koutou katoa. Ko Ngāti Rehia tēnei e tuatuna ki te tautoko I te kaupapa tēnei rā. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou. Council work and the other hats that I wear make me feel slightly schizophrenic on occasion, whānora, but I appreciate the fact that you've come along to show support for this, but also to recognise Ngāti Rehia's status as the mana whenua ahika for this area specifically that we're talking about. Tēnā koe te kuakara, nai mai haere mai?
Tēnā koe, e whaitai mana, te mihi tuatahi kia koe Kelly, nā uni tuku te whakapeta ki te tātou atua, mga mana te tātou ki o mai tunu i a tātou. Kia koe hoki e moko, ko koe te kai whakahaere tēnei kaupapa, me o kangihere no kone, tēnā koe. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all the members of our Patikure group who spent hours, days, months, and probably a couple of years looking over how we can give input into the development of the Waikato. If I can go back to 2005, 2005 was an important year for both Ngāti Rehia and Ngāti Tuhina. It was the year that we were selected to produce 2 Individual Environment Management Plan, and also it was the year that they rolled out, I can't remember what it's called now, but it was similar to the spatial plan. And it was a plan that was going to go for 80 years. So we went through that plan, and looking back over the years, during that period we had development at Waipapa, the construction of the warehouse, the building of the Kerikeri bypass, and other interesting works. But also in that period we've lost a lot of our orchards in order to facilitate houses. So we're looking at the next 30 years with the current group that we have, and the experiences that we've seen happen over the previous 30 years, bearing in mind, as I say, this is an 80-year plan. There are certainly a lot of things that need to be done in a different way in terms of this particular area. But we've worked on it. So I'd like to think that the development would be great, and we know that Kiriki Waipapa have expanded hugely over the last 30 years. But we're looking at houses, wastewater treatment plants, and all the rest of that stuff. But hopefully we can design a better route than the bottleneck we have in the Kerikeri Town Centre at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So there, go hawa ko kona ko ni patai mo te tahi atu. No reira kia tau te katoa, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou. He kai kōrero anō wā koutou, koia, ake. Ka kapuare ki ngā patai, ka tuku ngā māru.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ngā mihi koutou I hara mai e miha wau e mahi tahi ana koutou ngā hapu katoa o Waipapa, Kirikiri. No reira ka mihi atu. Engari, I rongo I te kaupapa o te kai kōrero mutunga e mea ana. I mahi I hanga he mahere I Ruamanga Marina. Engari, kua whiwhi koutou e tai hua mai tērā rau. No reira, tērā te tino take I roti o kōrero kia whaihua. I te mea hau. E ki te hau I rongo au ki etahi mea ko ngā hua pai o te katoa. Engari, he hua mo koutou ngā hapu. Tērā te kātai. I roti tēnei mahere hau. Kia ora. Ai, ka hore? Ka hore?
E raku huru tono ana te mana.
Kia rere.
Kia rere.
Kia rere ai.
Councillor Kapa, he pātai tau. Did you have a question, Councillor Kapa? Oh, you owe me a beer. You're still on mute.
That's the best one.
Shift F5.
No, people have had problems.
That's right. If you wanted to type your question, we can get someone to find it there, Councillor Kapa.
I'll message him.
In any case, Councillor Kapa, you will have the opportunity to speak to this item when it comes up in our meeting today as well. If we could get someone to give him a call and fix his headset so he stops smacking it. Mai no kia koutou te whānau mihi nui ana kia koutou I te whainga mai. I sit here and I listen to the kōrero and the questions that come across here, and I'm very proud of one of those plans that you referenced was our Far North 2100 strategy, our 80-year strategy for this district. But one of the things that I'm hearing as well from us is that it's all good to have a good talk, but it's when we actually walk the walk that really matters for our people. So we've got a lot of work to do to walk the talk. This is another talk, and we're going to be the request here is for us to go out to the community to say, hey, is this a good talk? And do you want us to walk the walk afterwards? So, me nui ana. We'll get this paper come across earlier on in our meeting if you wanted to stick around. Otherwise, thank you very much for your deputation today. Sean, I think we got the video ready to go.
Would you like to, sorry, through you, Chair, speak first and then?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. So, kia ora koutou. My name is Sean Stratton. I own a property at Tokerau Beach, and on the 6th of May this year, there was an issue with wastewater and sewage, which resulted in council pipes backing up, flooding my property with raw sewage, literally turds floating on the lawn. I'd like to, at this point, acknowledge Andy, who's been a great help in terms of trying to remediate this issue. The property was tenanted, and as a result of the contamination of the property, we had to relocate the tenant, which meant that they had to move out of the property. The property is still not remediated. The remediation cost estimate was $146,000. That doesn't include initial work that the insurance company and the loss adjusters did to remove the contamination from the property. That's just reinstating it back to how it was. And obviously also, I haven't been receiving any rent from the property since the 6th of May when the issue occurred. I've owned the property since 2006. Prior to that, an elderly gentleman owned it. He built the property in 1974, and it was one of the original properties on Tokerau Beach Road. Up until recently, I was talking about the last 3 to 4 years, there have been no issues with flooding. And I don't think it's coincidental that the rapid development of the area, the increase in impermeable surfaces, has led to effectively overloading of the infrastructure. So when Andy contacted me, we went out to have a look with the Ventia contractors. We lifted the manhole covers because the main sewer line runs down through my property. I think it services probably 50 or 60 houses, Andy, I don't know the exact number. The pipe's 150 mil.
Oh.
It's literally, it's like a spouting pipe dealing with the sewage and runoff for 50 or 60 houses. So I'd like to, if I could just, through you, Mr. Mayor, just show a video of what happened on that day. This is actually the 3rd time in the last 12 months it's happened, but this has been the worst incident where... We
need a disclaimer before this video, Sean.
It's not that bad. I picked out the real bad stuff, but you'll see the impact of it. So that's the lawn, and about where that car is where the sewer main runs down through. And what effectively happened was the pipes couldn't cope with it, and then it ended up with raw sewage backflowing out of the gully traps onto the lawn, and then ultimately went through the lower level of the house. I think what is kind of increasing the risk of this, or the occurrence of this, is that there's no stormwater system in this area. So everyone is required to do their own stormwater. I suspect that some people are poking their spouting pipes into gully tracks and things like that where they're not meant to go, and that is also having an impact. But you can see there the nasties kind of flowing out of the gully traps. To remediate this, we had to get a submersible pump in, and unfortunately the only way we could get the water off the property was to pump the water up onto the road, which ultimately ended up running out through the stormwater system to the beach. So there's nowhere else for it to go. And so I understand that you're going to be considering a proposal later on today to upgrade that pipe. That was probably designed back in the 80s for a certain number of houses, but it's now dealing with a whole lot more than that. So I just request consideration from the councillors into you know, I guess, progressing the request to upgrade the infrastructure in that area. I don't know whether the insurance company is going to come knocking on your door, because it's pretty obvious to me who's at fault for the damage to the property. Yeah, well, there's part of that, but there's also, you know, the fact that the infrastructure can't keep up with what's going down the pipes. So, you know, insurance company will ultimately get grumpy and, I guess, come knocking on council's door or certainly your insurance company's door to cover the cost of remediation. I'm nervous about, you know, reinstating the property, knowing that, you know, who knows when it might happen again, and then do I get to the point where I can't get insurance on the property anymore because this is a recurring issue? There's nothing, you know, I've spoken to Andy, there's nothing really that I can do to remediate this issue. We've put a non-return valve on the sewer connection, hope that will stop it from coming up the gully traps, but it's also bubbling out of the manholes. There's 2 of them on the property as well. So, you know, I'm at a loss as to what else I can do, but clearly there's an issue with the infrastructure in that area, and the development just keeps on happening. So I can't see it resolving itself without action from council.
Thank you very much for your deputation to us, Sean, and you're very welcome to stay when we consider the paper itself.
Sure.
We council are aware of the infrastructure constraints we're facing on the Karikari Peninsula. We have significant stormwater moraine place just around the road from there.
Yeah. Well, it was the same weekend that happened. It also happened at my place.
Well, that one though, we're still waiting for the Department of Conservation to do their part of the work required in there. But thank you very much for your deputation.
No problems.
Our final.
No time for questions?
I mean, I'm feeling a little bit charitable, and Sean's come all the way here. There was a specific question that wanted to be asked. This Deputy Shipman.
Actually, I forgot.
Councillor Foy, and then Deputy Mesh.
Thank you for your deputation. We'll vote on this later in the meeting. However, just a question about allowing for budgets to address stormwater. And the report hasn't highlighted if it's in the area of benefit for stormwater or not, and where the maps are for the urban stormwater rate. Do you think that Karikari would be open to having being rated for urban stormwater in order to address these issues in the long term, considering the infill development, and as you address the impermeable surfaces being permitted to 15% within those residential zone properties?
I can only speak for myself because I haven't spoken to anyone else about it, but it's an issue for me. And if it meant I had to pay more rates, I mean, Karikari Peninsula is already quite highly rated in terms of wastewater. So, you know, my rates on that property are probably close to $10,000 a year, and a good portion of that is paying for the sewage scheme. So, in terms of the future development, if people have the option of connecting to a stormwater system versus having to put their own in, I think that would be an advantage if that area is going to be developed more intensively. But yeah, I'd be open to it.
Thank you.
Yes. Do you get, were you there when the event was happening? Were there any storm surges coming from the sea? So
no, it was
rain related.
Yeah, the other thing that's happened out there is, and it's specific to my property, mine was one of the original ones, the area around it has been levelled and raised, and so I do get a lot of runoff now down to my property.
It's rain on the maps that we've got.
Yeah, no storm surge.
Behind you, it's hills.
Yeah, and it runs down. Yeah, so hindsight's a wonderful thing. I think when they built that property, they probably should have raised the section up. But I've also got the complication of the sewer main running through it, and that's effectively what's causing the issue. I mean, a puddle on the lawn's one thing. Sewage is a totally different kettle of fish. And look, I mean, the entry ripping out, once it's gone, they spray it disinfectant and call it a job. But you know, the time's come now for a more permanent solution, I think.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Good koto, thank you.
All right, our penultimate deputation today is from Wally Hicks. Wally, it's great to have you in chambers today. and happy to pass the time over to you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Tēnā koe rangi tunuku, tēnā koe e whare hapori o taitokora ki te raki. Tēnā koe ka hika Moko for allowing me to speak. I realise that I didn't really qualify. Tēnā koe Kōwhai Kelly, ma'am. Kia ora koutou kanu kai Tanahira. I have come here as a private citizen with an interest in all of the topics that I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about 6 topics, so I don't have very long, 83 seconds each one. You have 968 words I've numbered with you in front of you, so I won't try and repeat any of those. And I expect permission to speak to my number 6 first, because on the way here at Tahiti, I drive from Hokianga to Te Raki with my lights on. I always drive with my lights on, and a funeral procession passed me going the other way. And I imagined that it might have been Whae Ewhi Whitaker. And so I'm going to speak to number 6 first. I'm not going to speak very much about it because out of respect and because my words are in front of you. But a tupuna mahi of mine, I'm a writer, and tupuna mahi of mine, her name was Ketra Mansfield. I'm not directly related to her, she's a tupuna mahi. In her diaries, she wrote these words. She wrote, "Do the hardest thing in the world for you, face the truth." And I believe we have to face the truth about dogs. You have before you my what I call a sinking lid, no replacement policy for certain breeds of dogs, along with everything we can possibly do about the owners. It's time for no more either or false dichotomies about this. It's and, it's both. It's both breeds and owners. My personal connection to this is that I was a 20-year volunteer ambulance officer at Station 63, Kohuko, on Kohuko 1 ambulance, and I have dealt with one of the most horrendous cases of this that you could possibly imagine. And I will live with it. I've had counselling about it, and I will live with it for the rest of my life. So I think I would like to leave that subject there. I believe that it is hanging in the air with us right now. I believe that Ewhi is number 4 or 5 in the country. And moi mai, rest in peace. May they all rest in peace. So yesterday on Radio New Zealand, when I was preparing to come and speak to you, I turned the radio on, and I heard, in the matter of a few minutes, I heard 2 items that were incredibly pertinent to this, and so my next 2 in the order will be these 2 items. So in England, they've done the largest study. They have a longitudinal study in England of 1 million people, and they've done the largest study on the effect of light on our mental health. And sure enough, the news is that natural light is really good for our mental health, gives us about a 30% better chance of mental health, and unnatural light in our homes, and almost certainly from our screens, and certainly from our street lights, is not so good for us in terms of mental health and in terms of life in general. And so, speaking of South Wairarapa, where the staff member you commended is going, South Wairarapa is I believe, a district that has already declared itself, done a lot of the work towards declaring itself to be a dark sky reserve, and that the benefits of this cannot be overstated. It has benefits in every possible way. Some of them are listed there. And the second item I heard was that in Hornickley in Wellington, I heard the Mayor of Wellington, Tory Whānau, with interesting combinations of names, Tory and Whānau, that in Wellington they are attempting to tie-ho on what I'm going to be blunt with you, what I would call the madness of earthquake strengthening. And that's in Wellington, where they have earthquakes. We don't have earthquakes in North Hokianga, and yet we are proposing to basically dismantle the town hall, board by board, number them all, map them all, build a marine steel frame, and then pull the boards back on again and make it look like a heritage building. I have a feeling we might have messed up in a couple of ways on the word heritage here. And so I am likewise asking for some consultation of that. And Kōwhiko, of all places, little old Kōwhiko has a rather epic model of community-led consultation. Councillor John Husich, Kia ora John, has a copy of this, and it is rather considered to be a relatively exemplary example of community-led consultation when we did it on council's behalf with regard to the road rehabilitation in 2007. So we can do it, and we could also do it, this leads on rather well, doesn't it? We could also do it in Kaitaia. It could be done in Kaitaia with regard to another piece of heritage and another piece of the definition of heritage, which is how old is heritage and what is it? Could it be that there's a thing called art and culture heritage, which may only be 30 years old, but however 2 years older than the haunted bus toilets in Kaukau, which have been given category 1 status by Heritage New Zealand. I'm asking for category 2 status for the mosaic wall and for community reconsultation of the town plan scheme up there. I'm making good time, aren't I? I'm also asking for reconsideration of the opening of reopening of Mangamuka Gorge. I know it's a big one, but already in the newspaper I've read either 2 or 3 articles, media releases, whatever you want to call them, about the works there being held up by the very thing that closed in the first place, which is i.e. bad weather, i.e. climate change. And so I wonder whether that wonderful bush reserve that Survive or Korea chose to film their whole entire series of Survive Korea in because of the beauty of the bush, and presumably got permission, whether that couldn't be made into a pristine Ngāhere reserve and bird sanctuary that would echo what we have on the other side of our district, which is the Tane Mahuta and the Waipua forest, along with the others. And perhaps it could be an example of Tino Raitiratanga. It could be literally iwi owned or iwi kaitiaki and iwi run. And so finally, my thoughts, probably my idea, my scheme, which I have a written copy of, and have submitted written copies of at least to Ian Moko and John Husich about what I call the least harm model. The least harm model can be adopted in almost any area, and I think the least harm model needs to be adopted with regard to what we do about a whole bunch of problems, which I believe are peculiar thing called fast ox gasification of all waste to biodiesel fuel or renewable diesel fuel can actually kind of solve. I recently put an RFS about this, and an engineer from Whanau District Council or Whanau Holdings rang me to basically shoot it down, and all he gave me was more information. What he told me was that approximately more waste sewage sludge, this is what I heard him say, goes to landfill than domestic waste. Well, domestic sewage sludge in that case can go into a fast ox gasifier, a zero emissions fast ox gasifier, zero emissions, and can be made into what I call biodiesel. It's not exactly biodiesel, it's renewable diesel, along with pine trees and all of the toxic exotic plants and everything, and all of the domestic and industrial waste, and all of the hazardous waste, all of the waste. And a small plant like that in Manganui by Broadwood, costing $80 million US, which is, means that for the cost of a pyrolysis gasification plant in Kaikoura, we can get 17 of them, can molecularly destruct 50 cubic meters, 50 metric tons of waste per day, and produce 6,000 litres of diesel fuel that we can all use in our cars and keep the cars we've got running for 30 years, so we don't need to import any more of any kind. I'm going to leave it there, I think. Thank you very much. What I'm holding here is what I call my book, which is called The Future of Man by Frankie Warner, Ernst Frankenstein, 1881 to 1959. And in it he says things like, if all life is sacrosanct, aka sacred or holy, with equal rights to and equally worthy of development, then love requires an order by which the development of each and every one is possible. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koutou for your deputation today. Go to our final deputation. We have, in speaking to item 6.5, the road renaming of Peta Road Waimā back to Peters Road. We've got Desiree Watira. Here to speak to this. Thank you for coming along, because I did have some questions to this one, so it'd be really great to hear from you yourself to speak to this proposed renaming. I'll pass the time over to you.
Ko te mea tuatahi tēnā koutou, katoa, ka nui te mihi atu ki a koutou katoa mo te hui mai nei tēnei wā. Mo te kaupapa e pāna i te ingo o te rori ko Peters Road. Ai, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm not understanding my answering questions, or do I?
You have deputation time if you wanted to add anything further to what we've got to make a decision on, and then if there's any time remaining we can ask questions.
Oh, okay.
I've got the Deputy Mayor there holding further information that wasn't on our agenda, which I do believe did go to the Kaikoura Community Board.
That's already
gone. No, the Community Board did have this information. Petition and further information, so for you to speak to that, or if you just want to open up to questions, we can do that too. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Hi. This has, come back and forth, and I think I listened into the deputation. I was online when you did your kōrero to the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board, and it was, yeah, really beautiful kōrero. But I think what we need today is assurance that you know, the hapu collectives or marae aren't going to come here in a year's time and want it changed back. What assurance can you provide us with, or should we wait for it to go to Marae and get some letters, or do you feel you've got enough?
Before we respond to that question, I think what my concern was, first off, just want to acknowledge that I was on our community board in the last go as a councillor when it first came through to change it to Peta Road. And what this coming back to the table shows me is that we need to fix up our processes within council to make sure that we are casting the net wider to ensure that we are hearing the voices of all, so that it could have been caught then before it obviously did get changed and gazetted, and I think a sticker put on the east on the street side, and that it's come to it coming back to us. Why I was concerned when I first read this, and I apologise I didn't hear your presentation, was that what I didn't want to see happen is that we also don't capture the wider voice or make sure we've heard from all of our marae and waima, or that a kaumata is going to come back to give me a pinch on the ears in a year's time to say, hey, why did you change that? I didn't agree to that sort of a thing. So I appreciate the kōrero that comes with the reasoning why you want it returned, and I'm completely happy with that. My questions are more just around making sure that we have our processes sorted as a council, and it's up to us to make sure we consider anything, that we make sure we're speaking to, asking the correct questions, listening to our community. But that, yeah, that we have done that, and it looks to me like that has been done in this circumstance, and we could probably be safe to consider this when it comes to us further on in the meeting. But if you wanted to add any kōrero along those lines, I'd really appreciate it.
So we did, in the initial stages, we approached our kuia and kaumātua first, and our kuia kaumātua, the ahikau that live in Waima. They did mention to us that they'd hold a hui, which they did, and then they came back to my mother here and said to her that they'd leave it with her to address like each of the mana whenua of the whānau that live in Waima. So she went through, and that's hence the petition there, so she went through to each person's kainga to get their tautoko, and in terms of the marae, that was our way of approaching it, was to just approach it directly through each of our whānau that live in Waima.
We'll go to Councillor Akina and Councillor Research.
Pai, tēnā koe te tuahine, kia kia mōhio mai koe, tēnei he uri, no tō kua ngā tōhora he weti rira hoki tēnei, iau e tupu ana i tamariki, ka haere au ki roto i a koutou i tō ruri o pera, kei reira te wāhi ruku, te wāhi horoi, mo te tini o ngā hura e nohana ki Waima, tāheke, no reira mihana ki a koe me tō whae, o haere mai roto i tō tātou nei whare. Over the past years, I have observed, tate mea, he rori kauni hera tēnei, I have observed Peta Road being swept away. Do the whānau have concerns or plans with the council or NRC to mitigate that, because it's gone from, at least from the main road, my guesstimate is around 150 metres until it gets to the area where people from Tāheke or Taua, Waima all used to gather and literally have a wash there, borrow everyone's bar of soap, to now it's getting closer and closer to the house that is right there. He raru tēnei kia koutou, ki tō koutou whānau. Have you approached council? What is the plan from the hapu or the marae in terms of that?
So I know my mother has been coming back and forth. That house is our whare. So it's one of our papakainga that's right there on that boundary there of the awa. And I know that some of our hapu within Waima are working together to address that and come into council to address the erosion of that flooding.
Kia ora mō.
Tēnā koe.
And kia ora, to answer that question, I've had meetings with the regional council. And the last meeting I had was this year, where we stood and talked about the flow of the water and everything, and looking at building a bridge. And but they got to really have a good look at that bridge building, because he suggested it goes from the road by me over to this little island, and then onto the other side. That little island would just get swept away. The water is really fast. You know, and we get floods. You got all the rocks, the boulders coming down, and all the stumps and everything coming down. So I don't know how they're going to plan a bridge, building a bridge.
Tēnā koe. Councillor Research.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for, I remember your delegation to the community board, and for the councillors that haven't heard that you cover all of these questions very well, and as incorporated forward, and I was one of those as well, that made that decision back then. So it just shows that we have to be very careful about our processes to make sure that the whole consultation does occur. When they heard the delegation, I realised that no, this road should be what it is, and yes, you did talk to the leaders and the Marais and the Hapu, and so I don't have a problem with it at all. As for the road, I think there was some time ago the school children were rescued down that road. I'm not sure if it was that one or the next one beside it with a truck because of the flooding there. That's something the council should look at. There's a floodplain there, and it could be as simple as reducing the silting of the river.
Councillor Hauke Haramira.
Aroha mai, nā muri ka kōtu. Kare au tino mana, hea te tino raru. Me te es, me te kahore he es. And tēnā pē ko te wahine rā i tēnei te ingoa. Tana hoa rangatira? He whānau, mema whānau?
Not too sure. So we actually, I don't know her. She said that she's married into our whare whānau, but I don't know who her husband is, because there's no mention of the
Ka noho ki pēra, right? Ki pēra?
What she visited me that day, and you'll see my name, my signature on a piece of paper, and I put it there because she asked me for my name and number so she could ring me for history. It had nothing to do with changing the signage, it was history. And there's another name there that the same thing happened. She said she was an Italian, that her surname is Pera, and that the Pera signage is her whānau, and I argued with her. And that's when she wanted my name after all that, and my phone number for the history.
So, is she a local?
No.
No, wahi ken? Oh, wow.
Just some person who came off the road.
One of the, I've picked up in the petition here that the request is for the road to read with an apostrophe, Peter's Road, to show the ownership of the road to Puna Pera.
Or really even just to take the sticker off and just leave it as it is.
That's what I wanted to just double check, because I'm still waiting to hear back on staff whether we can apostrophize that's a word, road signs, but you're telling me either way.
Yes.
Kapua. Councillor Kapua, I see you put your camera on, and I'm going to assume you have a question. If you put your microphone down and push unmute. If you want to type in or pātai to us. Again, we'll be considering this paper, so Councillor Kapa will have the opportunity to speak to it or ask questions.
Unplug your headset if you think it's the headset. Use your microphone.
Okay, I have a question while we're sorting out this.
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor Kelly.
I've just read the attachments here and I see that the Marianne Court looks like it refers to dispute over access. Some landowners refer to trespass in some of those sites. But this refers to Peros, in brackets, Whareroa Road, back 3642-1955. Yeah. So this has been, the road name's been in place for a long time, just until recently, yeah? Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
And in Google, still is Peros Road.
Thank you very much for coming into town to be able to respond to questions, and you're very welcome to stay around for the paper itself when it comes before council. But we're here to make some time. Ka pai kia ora whanau. We're going to take a 5-minute break and be back in 10 minutes time at 11:30. If we could get our live stream full.
Thank you, Rebecca.
We can do live stream, please, Rebecca.
Welcome back to our council meeting. We'll jump straight into item 5.1, the confirmation of previous minutes on page 6, which I'm happy to move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stratford. Was there anything in the minutes you picked up on?
Just apologies.
Oh, sorry.
I'll second it, did I?
You seconded that? All right, I'm happy to put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, and the motion is carried.
Can you just remind everyone when live streaming side conversations are?
Yeah, Councillor McNally, Councillor Kiskovich, apologies, we're back in, and even if you're whispering, the microphone will pick it up. So, brother, make sure you do talk about me so I can watch it back and listen. I just skipped over, and we'll go back to apologies and declarations of interest. A reminder, you can declare any interest on the paper itself. But did we have any apologies?
And court? Oh, no, she's
they're
online.
online.
We have
One's
a
online.
number of members who are online, but I think we were all right in that space. Given that, we'll go to item 7.1 on page 64 of our agendas, which is for council to note our community board minutes, which I'm again happy to do. Vice Secretary. Thank you, Councillor Haukia Harawira, and we will go over to our community board chairs. Lovely to have you in, Tammy and our ladies. We'll go to Te Hika Community Board first. Chair Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor Mokori. The minutes on the council agenda here today, the Te Hika Community Board allocated funds to the Te Hika roller skating group for their facility at Te Ahu, so they can hold these sessions, so 1,365. And we allocated $3,000 to the SMC events, which is the Techfix Kids Try Challenge in Te Hika. So that's a win for that, for the kids of our area. There's also in public forum we had Fiona King talk to us about the drainage districts, that they have engaged a contractor, Mr. Mike Steele. So the new drainage roll, it's all in the minutes there, so you can read them. So there was some issues about the drainage from Mrs. King. So I guess we'll get some further information from that department eventually. We've had some meetings with the drainage committees, a workshop, hopefully. And that's all from me, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go over to Chair Rudkin for our public.
Are you? Can I raise a question? Just over that, there's specific questions in there relating to the bylaws on council, who's responsible, and concerns the multiple breaches of the Land Drainage Bylaw and the Land Drainage Act. And then goes on to council discharging water onto private property, the council treating as a civil matter. What's the financial risk? So we need to know who's responsible for the bylaws, who's monitoring it, and why the multiple breaches of the bylaw and the act are occurring.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. We'll get a follow-up for that from our Chief Executive in due course. Councillor Haukia Harawira.
Ia te ki te rōpū hāpore o te heku mō ngā ingoa hau ko tupu me pārakerake. Hari ko au ko mahitahi a ke hono ni te me ngā mana whenua me rātou ngā kāinga kia puta mai I nei ingoa Māori e whakakai te katoa. So hari ko just hihina nei te nei ki te hira te mahi o te hono I roti. Kia ora rā.
Tēnā koe. We'll go to Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board, Chair Rakin.
Kia ora koutou. Just firstly, it's nice to be back around the council table, and I just want to thank you for your tautoko to myself and my whānau over the last little while. Special thanks to Tanya Felia, Member Felia, for taking over the reins of the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board hui in my absence. So just ngamihi kia koutou katoa. A couple of things that I just want to highlight from our meetings previous meetings is that the Hokianga Harbour long-term plan resolution that was in our 27th of September meeting. I think that's coming up in the council hui today. So the other thing that I just wanted to highlight also was the the Peta Road that's been highlighted. So I'm hoping that happens. That's come backwards and forwards to the community board. So hopefully that gets laid to rest today. And just the fact that I'm really grateful to our community board for the work that we've done around a strategic plan for 2023 to 2025. We've got our top 10 priorities itemised. We've just got to do a little bit of tweaking following the workshop meeting the other day and make sure that we include the Wanamakua and Rangamuka toilets in that kōrero, because it wasn't included in the workshop that we attended today. So we've got a hui to sort those little tweaks out at some time over the next little while. So, yeah.
Councillor McNally. I just noticed on page 73 there's a chap called Bob Ryan, who lives by the cycle trail, and it just follows on from the deputation from Sean Stratton, where this chap refers to stormwater issues there for current occupants and will be issues for the new builds, which will make the problems worse. Basically, he's saying there's an area there, 35 houses built on 1.5 hectares of land, and this area is prone to flooding. Can we just get a bit of an update on that, please?
What page are you on?
73. 73, page 2 of your minutes. Right at the top.
Is that cycle trail, Bob Bryant?
Yeah, it must be.
I'm going to ask Councillor Vucic to talk to that if he can. He was at that hui with Bob Bryant.
Yeah, Bob Bryant came in, and what he was concerned about is not so much the cycle trail, but the flooding that was occurring, and he was affected he attributed coming from the 35 houses being built or planned to be built to the subdivision higher up. So that's a stormwater issue. I don't know the details of it yet, and he didn't really sort of go into too much detail except to say that's something that we as a council need to follow through.
I can just add to that, I did a site visit there this morning with Bob and following up on the RFSs and the issues around the resource consent, and there's no stormwater there at all. It looks like there is, but it goes nowhere. So I'll let you guys know when you start.
And his property sits right at the base of that.
And it's catching the whole storm for Kaikohe in that area.
Right. Thank you, Chair Rakin. We'll go to Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board, and it's good to have you here.
I'll take a minute to read, but I just want to address a few issues. One exciting thing, each ward has been given a opportunity to develop a reserve management plan for this next 12 months, and we had chosen Simpson Park in Morewa, mainly because it needs some love and care and direction from the community. So hopefully everyone will get united over some community engagement there, and we can really look at what we can do moving forward on that facility. So that's really exciting. I thank Robin Wilson for the opportunity and information through working through that. Road naming. You see item 7.5. This continues to be challenging for our community board. with the local policy and LINZ having no option for bilingual signage or translation. It's not currently supported by LINZ. We do have some debates and have been for many years in our ward over road naming, and it's good that we're now engaging more effectively with Hapu and iwi. However, the suggestions are not always being taken up by the board, the policy and so I just wanted to point that out. Funding, boy, something has to be looked at here. We, as a board, we are probably in the envious or unfortunate position of being able to provide the infrastructure to host many events. We could have spent our money, our budget, our community grant fund within the first month or two, which I had actually mentioned at council meetings earlier. That situation has actually worsened. Our current community grant fund balance is at about 142,000. Next week we're going to be challenged with making decisions on the unsuccessful events investment fund applications, which totalled, there was over $530,000 for 80,000 in the pool. So it's getting quite ridiculous. And we have to ensure that these events are likely to succeed. So giving dribs and drabs and innocent to everybody is not really, it's not cutting the mustard anymore with us. So our funding applicants left over from that events funding that we did as board chairs is 344,000 coming to our board, which is just getting crazy. So along with our normal monthly applications of another $52,500, we've got around $400,000 of applications coming. The concern here is really about what's happened since post-COVID. And with only one round left in Northland Inc.'s external funding, post-COVID funding, what's putting us in a situation where we really feel we have to, I mean, it can only get worse, and the events are not likely to succeed without our support, and they will fail, and people will walk away, and our skilled events coordinators and enthusiastic community supporters will no longer put the energy and time into even applying, because it's not easy applying for these funds. It takes a lot of effort. Our wellbeing is economically, socially and culturally. There's less buckets of money everywhere to apply for, and our communities will suffer as a result. We welcome the upcoming presentation from Northland Inc. to justify the ongoing investment commitment from this council and the other councils to our economic growth and sustainability moving forward. We must be held accountable to our ratepayers and residents, and we need to see how much money Northland Inc. is getting and where we're getting our value for money. We put in hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think we tagged last year for 3 years in advance in LTP discussions, and I really look forward to the presentation, to hearing how, I mean, if they are going out and marketing Northland, what are we marketing? Are we marketing, you know, the visitor? Are we marketing events that we're not likely to be able to hold? And we're also up against increasing costs. I guess one example off the top of my head would be the Kenny Half Marathon. $9,000 is the cost for road closure and traffic management. Try 23,000. It's tripled. So we're going to lose our events. And I just wanted to take my time to have a little rant about that, because I think we as a council are sitting here not really realising how much money is needed economically, culturally and socially to continue moving forward. So we have to be very careful with our spend. So I just want to open your minds a little bit to where our money's going and how we can help our communities moving forward. We've got lots of centennials, bicentennials, 50th anniversaries coming up in small communities, marae. We need to be able to support these communities and the economic benefits. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for that, Belinda. One of which was successful is the 40th memorial of the 40th anniversary of the Piri Mokina Memorial Inter-Marae Rugby Netball Competition.
Awesome.
That Waitaka will be winning. Yeah. Councillor Siskiewicz, that's the call-in to come in and play for our Marae back home in Whangarua as well this weekend. The community outcomes, the benefits, and the economic communities really heard out in Linda.
The one thing I just would like to point out in our minutes that you get, you actually only get the resolutions, the recommendations of the money we give. It is nowhere near what we are being asked for to ensure that these events are a success.
Thank you for that, Linda. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. We'll go to item 6.4 on page 33, the Kirikiri Waipapa Spatial Plan Project. The recommendation is the council approved for public engagement in November, December 2023, the emerging plans for Te Pātukurea, the Kirikiri Waipapa Spatial Plan. Report, if I could get a motion for that, please. Thank you, Councillor Vusic, and a seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Strickland. Councillor Vusic, do you want to speak to this item?
Oh, very quickly, I think we heard the delegation today, and it's really very important to look at the whole of the community when looking at these things. And in particular, how it actually fits with all the different options and planning, and given we've got the long-term planning coming up, it's really topical at the moment to go through some of these. Ultimately, in the long term, I can see good planning will save us a significant amount of dollars. So that's really what you should be doing. The spatial planning as well as the structure planning is actually crucial. So I support it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Vusic. Deputy Mayor Strickland.
Just a great appreciation for this moving along. Sorry, I missed the workshop on it. It was brought up at spatial plan. I think I missed that. But yeah, wonderful.
Thank you. Open the floor. Councillor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. I had a number of questions for the staff, and I've made them aware of it, but prior to this item being tabled. My first question was about the financial implications. So I noticed on page 38, where it asks for the financial implications, it doesn't state what the budget is, it doesn't state how much the milestone of the budget is, and it also doesn't, this just talks about the Waipapa structure plan, spatial plan, but also I don't know how much of all the district-wide spatial plan is in the context of this as well. So if the staff can answer that first question.
Or Jane McCulloch, Whakawingawa. So in terms of the costs for this project, we've committed 80,000 to professional fees from our professional fees budget to progress this project. We've committed around 90,000 for Hapurongo support and engagement for the duration of this financial year, and anticipate roughly another 100,000 for the rest of the financial year from January to June. It's due to complete the fee for this financial year on this project.
Thank you, Jane. So two further questions. So in terms of the context of the outcomes you're looking for, in terms of delivery in late January 2025, what can we expect to see for the outcomes, and what are the next steps following?
So the outcome will be a completed spatial plan for Kirikiri Waipapa, so obviously this paper talks about taking the emerging themes up for public engagement. Alongside that, we're procuring evidence that we're required to improve the robustness of our growth option. So around the middle of next year, we're looking to go back out for public engagement on the growth options that we'll be developing for the spatial plan. After that public engagement, we'll identify a preferred growth option, and then we can draft that spatial plan. So that's the output, a completed spatial plan for this Kirikiri Waipapa community.
Thank you, Jay. So my last question was pertaining to the infrastructure related to the outcomes they're looking to for these emerging themes. So one is about the road, the designation of the road in the centre of Kirikiri. And the second is about Three Waters infrastructure and striking a development contribution around this evidence of growth. Are those some outcomes you're looking as part of the spatial plan?
Well, certainly, the spatial plan will demonstrate where the community and the council has identified growth is best to occur and where it needs to occur for these communities. So identifying that over the long term, we can then use the growth numbers to inform the infrastructure and the road and requirements needed to service that housing and business growth, and then you can levy DCs from that.
Thank you. Councillor Harawira.
Kia ora.
Councillor
I heard in the deputation that these hapu were involved in the strategy from 2005, but didn't actually see any outcomes for themselves. And I'm just wondering, other than that they would be culturally visible somewhere, are there some gains for hapu other than rubber stamping civic amenities, everybody? I'm just asking.
Yeah, sure. So I can't give you a full rundown, but because we're working with the Hapuropu as a governance body for this project, we work through all of the ideas with them and seek their support before we take it up to council. A key one for the Hapuropu has been affordable housing options in the community. Obviously, as you pointed out, the cultural voice and identification, protection of Te Taio, access to our waterways, a number of the themes are primary themes developed with our Hapuropu and supported by the Hapuropu.
But just one pastor member that they said that in the first strategy plan, they got absolutely nothing out of it.
I think
so there's something to think about for this next phase.
I agree with you, and I think that the engagement process and the collaboration process, the partnership with the Hapuropu may not have been at that same level back in 2005 as we are experiencing this time round.
I think we're very fortunate we've got all of these hapu involved in this, and I don't want them to be used as a rubber stamp for just civic outcomes. It's great, but they've got to have something come back. So affordable housing, kapai.
Thank you, Councillor Hauckett Harawira. Councillor McNally.
I agree with Elders Coral there. The 2005 Hapu Environmental Management Plan was mentioned earlier, and so I guess from what I've written down here as actions required, I realise this is just to approve public engagement. There's one other question I really had for the councillors around the table. When I was listening to Whaia Ramaka, I got the impression that she wasn't overly happy with the Hapuropu decision-making body as a way of engaging with the Hapu community. Did I misinterpret that?
Aye. It's almost like council goes to them with the council plan, just want someone to whaka-ai, and they're not listening. But what I heard was that people aren't listening to Hapu voice, even though they're there at the table. There's a already thought out plan about what needs to go ahead, and therefore anything they may be saying isn't even being listened to.
Yeah, I think what she's actually saying is she didn't want any other hapu to be involved in the consultation other than Ngāti Rehia. But Ngāti, it's ludicrous to state that Ngāti Rehia are the only hapu of Kirikiri Waipapa. They are not. Because if you go out to the islands, there's 3 islands out there, and some of those islands actually belong to Ngāti Rangi, they belong to Ngāti Torehina, they belong to Ngāti Mau. So I think it's fair that Jay and your team have consulted with a number of hapu surrounding that area, because it's the same as Kaitaia. No one ever can claim success as the mana of Kaitaia. It involves all the many area of muri whenua. The same for Kaikohe. There's a number of hapu here in this area. So I think you.
Nora, to respond to your question, Councillor McNally, Nora sent me an email before the consideration of this to back it and offer her support to the work of Te Pātukurea and what they're doing, but also just want to remind me politely of the special status that Ngāti Rehia had as Manapinua over a significant portion of the area that the spatial plan will capture. So that we acknowledge the status in these places and spaces and the work they're doing for the wider greater Kirikiri urban area, but that she was in support of Te Pātukurea and the work of the wider Hapu group.
Yeah, and under the recommendation, everyone has the opportunity to be involved in the public engagement. And just the emerging themes that have outlined on pages 34 and 35, I'm sure our couple of people that put a deputation up this morning will be very pleased to see number 4, climate change. But also, I see that the other that have already come out from the initial part. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kapa. Third time's a charm, mate. Great to hear you.
It's going to be a good party.
Kia ora kapa, Councillor Kapa, thank you. With regards to your first question and frequency of meetings with the Hapuiropu governance body, the project has always met with the Hapuiropu approximately monthly, and when my team took over the responsibility for delivering to Pātukurea, we have continued that approximately monthly meeting frequency, although lately it's been a little bit more frequent as we've developed up and refined these emerging themes, which were based quite significantly on the original CIA cultural impact assessment that was drafted collectively by the Hapuiropu. And your second question was around how do we measure the success of these themes, is that correct? Yeah. Right, so part of the planned public engagement for next month will allow us to tease out which of those themes, because they're quite big themes, each 6 of them, and which of those are the priority for these 2 communities, and which of those, there might be 1 or 2 that we elevate up to the planned district-wide spatial strategy that we haven't commenced yet. And so then you use those themes as part of your decision-making criteria when you have your various growth options developed to determine which of those growth options will meet most of the majority of those themes, the objectives of the themes. So I think that's part of how you test the success of the themes, is can you see them being achieved through your growth options.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Kapa. I want to acknowledge the work as well that's been done by our Pātukurea Hapu governance rōpū in this space, but also acknowledge that for Kirikiri Waipapa is the largest urban area in our district, There are other community stakeholders who have been involved in this, and I'm thinking of our business association, Vision Kirikiri, our Kirikiri, who have been incredibly patient to date around us getting this out there. I did note that there was some correspondence around concerns that we finally got to the point where we might be going out now, but there were some concerns in this space. Are you just able to speak to the fact that this is our first tranche, and then I know that next year we'll be going out further, and just speak a little bit more to the iterative next steps in this process before 2025, when ultimately we'll have a spatial plan for Kirikiri Waipapa, please?
Sure. So, as you've pointed out, there are 2 rounds of public engagement being planned for us to complete this project. The second round of public engagement, which is planned around the middle of next year, is the more complex conversation around where we go back out to the public and say these are 3 to 5 different options for how we can support the community to achieve long-term objectives that are set out in the spatial plan. So those will be growth options, growth and servicing. The first round of public engagement that we're seeking to take out next month, we'll build on that. So basically, next month is about one, going out and giving. You've mentioned particular community groups, and obviously we work in partnership with the Hapu Roku, but it's important through this first round of public engagement to give those other quieter voices in the community the potential to have their say in how we should be shaping the spatial plan. There's another key component, I think, to this next first round of public engagement, and that is we help prepare ourselves and the wider community to have a more complex conversation in the middle of next year around which of these growth options will be preferred in terms of meeting our objectives. So I don't know if that helps you.
That is very helpful, thank you. We just happen to have done some careful community engagement around our transport choices package for this township, and I made it over to Kirikiri High School to congratulate the students themselves who were a part of that project, acknowledging the fact that we have an education node in Kirikiri Waipapa with 2,500 tamariki involved, and also the fact that apparently I'm a champion for youth inclusion in politics. I would be very grateful to know that we're ensuring that we include those wider voices in this conversation about what Kirikiri is going to look like in this space.
Yeah, we are looking to see if we can go and achieve something similar with some kids at the high school on this engagement as well.
Excellent. Councillor Vucic, would you like a right of reply?
No, I think enough has been said. I'm confident. Yeah, nothing to be said. I won't.
Thank you very much. I'll put that to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? The motion is carried. Thank you very much to our staff. Thank you, Jane. Now go to item 6.1. That council receives the final comments limited director appointment report on page 19 of our agendas. Moved by Councillor Vucic, seconded by Councillor McNally. Councillor Vucic.
We went through with 3 councillors a extensive process, and the recommended very well job. Great. So.
Name.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Councillor McNally. Happy to open the floor. Put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. Now go to item 6.2, unbudgeted capital funding for 146 Tokato Beach Road on page 21. I will be declaring a conflict of interest for this item itself because I own a property on Virtue Crescent which will benefit from this, and my mum and dad live there, so I will vacate the room and ask Deputy Mayor Shepherd to pull in the chair. And if someone's come here and make me
Can I please have a mover? The recommendation is that council approve unbudgeted capital expenditure for 2023-24 as follows. 366,000 including contingency to address wastewater overflows at 146,148 Tokoro Beach Road, and 156,000 including contingency to address stormwater flooding at 146,148 Tokoro Beach Road. B, approve the work being delivered through the Far North Waters Alliance. Am I able to get a mover and seconder just to get it on the table? McNally and Boyd, thank you very much. Councillor McNally, would you like to go first, please?
Yes. There's a couple of things come out of the deputation this morning, but there's three main questions I have. What bucket of money does unbudgeted capital expenditure jump out of? That's the first one. The second one is, what's the impact on using unbudgeted capital on our other infrastructure projects? And the third one came out of the deputation this morning. Our horizontal subsurface pipe work, it's clear that this particular pipe deputation is undersized. So what are we doing regarding forward planning, as we infill housing, various, and its local impact? Well, I know Kaikai is already undersized. Kerry, that'll hit before long, just with the influence. And similarly with stormwater, so there's water pipes, stormwater, sewage, and those pipes. We have to look at those capacities of all those pipes when we're looking at new developments. And I'm not even sure Tokoro Beaches, does it have a reticular water or is it tank water there? I think it's tank water.
Staff member respond?
Through the chair, it's tank.
Thank you.
So the other three questions are still there. What bucket of money does this unbudgeted capital come from? What's the impact on our planned capital expenditure?
Thank you. Janice is going to answer those.
Through the chair, the first one, because it's unbudgeted, there isn't a bucket of money that it comes out of. I think the report refers to it being low funded, if I remember correctly. And in terms of, I'm not quite sure of the second question, the impact on the existing programme, and it's additional work that wasn't planned at the beginning of this year. If you're talking about resourcing, I can't answer that.
And I guess the last one is for the engineer, then in terms of the forward planning of our horizontal infrastructure, which is asset management plans. What do we know about our infrastructure? This has come to light through a problem.
Through the chair, later members will be aware that Far North Waters Alliance manage asset management and infrastructure planning on behalf of the council. I work alongside the asset managers and the alliance manager, and alongside the resource and consent process to identify, and it is a piece of work that needs to be developed and built on going forward, but to identify pressures on infrastructure coming out of growth and development across the district. There's not an easy answer to the question.
Hang on, Hilda, I think Steve's still got 5 more minutes, if he wants it.
Yeah, well, I guess part of that then, given that response, for all of those responses, we need Far North Waters to get back to us with what the existing situation is with their asset management plans and where the imperfections lie, I guess is a nice way of putting it. There'll be plenty of them.
And he wants to...
Through the chairman, I know probably the timing of this comment is probably unhelpful, bearing in mind the election results last weekend. But Waitangi Kitiku, the potential new water entity, has prepared a draft asset management plan,
It has got a schedule of capital programme for the Far North that has been developed through consultation with asset managers in water, both before and after Far North Alliance was reset this year. Currently, that stands at around 36 million, between 36 and 40 million in 24-25, ramping up to around 50 million a year. The focus of that investment is around addressing backlog in terms of compliance and renewals, but it does have an element of growth projects that are identified based on the information current at the time 6 months ago. The asset management plan will be refined and reflected as work goes forward, and of course the current uncertainty around the future ownership of Three Waters activity may cause some more conversations. Hopefully that helps. Thank you.
Ora, Andy. Next up, I've got Councillor Paul.
Thank you, Chairman. Just in terms, I have a number of questions as well. I'll start with the financial questions because, again, I'll go to page 25 in the table where it states the financial implications, and it says as detailed in the report. And so the first question I had was, where's the area of benefit mapping to show if this is an area of benefit for the targeted stormwater run? I'm very fortunate that we still have Janice here as part of our staff because, of course, she knew where to find that, and she's emailed it to me in Bray, and I can share that with the group. But there is a defined area of benefit, and I've just got it here, and so I can share that out with the other elected members. But number one, I would expect that to be in this report because that is the bucket of money that stormwater attracts, and it's a targeted rate, which means it can't be spent outside of that asset class. Also, I'm not actually sure if the stormwater rate, which was $35 a property, and the budget didn't increase per property, but it was distributed differently based on if it was a commercial zone property or it was based on the capital value that the stormwater rate now is attributed. So I guess the question is, Paul Cousins Stormwater, to our elected members here, are we willing to invest in stormwater as a Paul Cousin of Three Waters, which is getting worse and worse for every catchment, and people will continually come to us to address these issues on an ad hoc basis without a separate bucket of money for operational as a separate target rate and capital as a separate targeted rate, which we do for potable water and we do for wastewater. The targeted rate that we do for wastewater is in the hundreds. I think it's about more than $500. But Paul Cousins Stormwater was $35. I'm sure that you can see why there's no money to fix stormwater, because we're not actually collecting them to address this for our communities. So it won't be a surprise to you in the long-term plan when I do bring this up to be addressed, so that there is a defined bucket of money and it will be targeted operational as a separate component to capital, so that it can be delineated, and therefore as well to have the staff to actually address this. On this matter again, we've got our area engineer, and we've got one map that does on page 23 that shows the reticulated wastewater system. Actually, this is a stormwater issue with infiltration of stormwater into the wastewater system. The question for me to the area engineer is, why are we only doing 148 and 146 Tuakaro Beach Road when I've lodged, I think, 3 or 4 RFSs which have never been responded to for further up at Marine. So that's further south is Marianne Place. Further north of that is the coastal living zone properties. I think it's Rangi Nui Place or the subdivision. And so that catchment is supposed to come out over the road, but the culvert there is undersized under the road. So is there any response as to why this was, I guess, picked out of the pile to address this one, and why the other ones haven't been responded to at all?
Yes, a similar question that I had, Councillor Foy. Guy, is that something that you can answer?
Thank you. It's a good question, and it's one that we've been asking internally of management, that we need to create budget to fix this issue, but we are doing some bit of investigation to make sure this will actually fix the problem, because it potentially is more an issue in that area. And Tanya, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Yes, please. Just a couple of things. I think the pipe sizes have been pipe sizes. We've relatively recently updated our engineering standards, and we still only need the same size pipe. The reason that the pipe fails is not because we need another pipe, it's because it rains and people without a stormwater system put their stormwater into our wastewater system, which costs us more money as well. So that we're running pumps, and there are costs incurred from receiving that stormwater that was right we need to have a look at. But we've obviously tried to address an issue, a significant issue for that property owner, but also need to have a look back at the entire area, pull what stormwater we can out by way of monitoring and using the stuff that we've got to check those systems, and then look at the stormwater and how that's funded as well, but having a holistic approach to networks.
I want the financial question. It was about the stormwater accumulation of funds that we've had over a number of years, and there was a large accumulation of reserves for stormwater in particular, and there were coming up to the Three Waters legislation with proposals to spend that.
Off the top of my head, I don't think there are any reserves for stormwater, but there is.
Yeah.
Janice.
I remember that specific.
Can you add anything further to that? I mean, that is an alternative funding source for this work. If you didn't want to loan funding, you could have it funded from the stormwater reserve.
And how much is that?
Bear with me. Okay, while you're looking, Janice, I'm going to Kauponi here to help you out.
Hi, kia ora. I sent some questions in advance, and most of it's been answered about one. I thought it was excessive for one place, but if it's being used to service other areas, well, that might make sense, because I thought, gosh, for one place it must be gold plated or something. So I just want clarity that it's more than one place, and I'll help with the whānau who've been in this predicament since the 6th, or since May, and I'm just wondering, are we doing something? Well, he obviously said he can't even put people in there, he's losing money. Not that I want to worry about one person, it's about, the wider community too, and I'm hoping, well, I think this is really excessive, but if it's servicing others, maybe that's of use, or we're just patching up one part of the pipe. I don't know.
Through the chair, as Tanya's commented, the property seems to be an intersection of three 150 mil pipes flowing into an existing 150 mil pipe. There, anecdotally, there will be a lot of stormwater intrusion into the wastewater system, whether that's intentional or accidental is a moot point. The modelling that's been done shows that it's likely to be the case from numerous properties throughout that whole catchment. The issue that I was asked to solve is actually the flooding and the wastewater that was sitting in this particular property. Clearly, the Stormwater Reserve Fund would only fund a proportion of what's been asked for today. The wastewater would need to be unbudgeted capital. The stormwater is the resultant of development around this property and resident Sean Stratford commented about today, that this property sits in a dip, a hollow, with the surrounding properties being allowed to be built at a higher level than this property. So all the runoff that isn't being picked up from stormwater section through catch pits is draining into this property. So there is a need to actually deal with all the runoff from adjacent properties that's entering this property, flowing, to get rid of it off of this property. And of course that is exacerbated by flooding or wastewater that's not getting away probably due to the capacity of the pipes.
Off to Councillor Research now, who I got out of order, sorry.
Yeah, brought that to your attention as well. Just thanks, Andy. Does this to me, when I looked at this, I thought, how do we get into the state? I certainly support we have to fix it, but this is an example of, in my opinion, poor planning. We've been reactive, where actually our design, when we're making consent, hasn't considered what we've actually got. So I do wonder whether asset management systems are up to scratch. It is not appropriate having only 150mm pipes, but hundreds of others, 150mm pipes all going into one. Yeah, that's not good design or good planning. And we need to look at what we're currently doing, and otherwise we'll be in this state for years to come. And we need to fix that. Certainly we need it. So to me it looks like there's a stormwater issue. We've allowed development to continue without changing the capacity, so that what's actually there can actually handle the latent capacity that we've considered. And obviously stormwater being the residents having no real stormwater options, putting it into the sewage system is not acceptable either. So the whole list of mistakes and errors that are here. And so it does come down to the way we operate internally to be far more effective so this problem doesn't continue. I'm supporting it, we've got no choice.
Janice, did you want to come back to that stormwater?
It's 4.57 million at June 2020.
Holy heck. Okay, I'm going to propose that we take the recommendation in sections, so 1 and 2. Do I have any questions on this side? Somebody? Oh, sorry, Anne.
Oh, hi, Anne.
Go ahead. So, regarding wastewater? Yes, it will go to that targeted rate for wastewater.
Only the stormwater part will come from the reserve.
That did I answer your question, Anne? I don't seem to have any staff response on that. Oh, they'll come back to me. Councillor Kappa? Thank you. Councillor Kappa?
Through the chair, we've done some preliminary investigations based on the design with planning consultants, and they've confirmed that no resource consent will be required for the work. There's no additional points discharged to the wastewater. It's going into an existing facility.
Did you catch that, Councillor Kapa? Because there won't be any.
No resource consents are needed.
Okay. Before I put it to the vote separately, I think
Do I
we
get a
still
rapid
need
reply?
Yeah, but we still need to tidy up that question around the impact on the ratepayers for the wastewater. I haven't got in front of me how many connections there are, and is this actually something that we can do without consulting, because they're going to get an increase in their rates on their wastewater? Or should we leave that portion to the LTP, and have we done any investigations to see if people are piping their stormwater into the wastewater, which I know in many areas that does happen, and we've had to go and do some enforcement and monitoring from time to time. Andy.
So through the chair, my understanding, and I will bow to my financial colleagues, is that if you were to give approval for this budgeted expenditure in this year, the impact on rates does not occur until the following financial year. So it will actually take place in 24-25 is where the rate impact will occur. I can't give you a number around the number of properties that are connected at this point, so I can't answer that final question.
Yeah, we do understand that, because it's said in the report that the ratepayer impact is in the next financial year, but it's understanding the cumulative effect of it.
I am reaching out to my team if you'd like to leave it to my or to come back for much.
Is it that time? No, it's too early.
Impact the decision.
Yeah, do you all feel that that impacts the decision? Is that going to have an impact on the decision, on us voting today, waiting to see what the ratepayer impact is? Councillor Foy.
Madam Chair, this is a risk element. There's got raw sewage. It's affecting, it's not just about 2 properties, there's 60 properties in the catchment that actually physically affect the property involved in the catchment. I had a supplementary question about the answer that the staff gave, but I know that I've already spoken about it, so I was waiting for the answer.
Oh, you've got the answer. What I'm getting from the room is that we don't want to wait for that information. This is something that we do want to move forward with. You can ask your question, Councillor Foy.
Thank you. So, because the information wasn't in the financial table, I wasn't sure why 366 was proposed out of the wastewater and only 156 was proposed out of the stormwater, and also in terms of the stormwater aspect, because it'll need a discharge consent because it's an urban stormwater catchment under the regional council now, which is a requirement this year that our asset managers will be doing. In terms of the stormwater and the hydraulic modelling, how much is that going to cost for, that's already budgeted for the hydraulic modelling for the discharge consent?
With my head. What is your point of order, Councillor Rudich? Always to the point. Thank you. You've been heard. Point of order, that's not a point of order. That's not a point of order. And I'm still waiting for someone to answer Councillor Foy's question, and I've got one final question I'm going to take from Councillor Court, and then we're going to Steve for closing.
Through the chair, the two costs of 366 and 156,000 have been prepared by consultants who have done some work, who have done the design work. for the solutions that are being proposed. So those two are being priced out and are robust estimates around the cost of the work. Again, I just repeat, I had advised that no consents are required.
I think so.
Then my question was about why it was wastewater and why it was stormwater and why the background budgets weren't included in this paper when there's $4.something million that only I was able to answer that as an electman. We've got 400 and something staff in this organisation.
I think that's a very good question, Felicity, and we need to probably have some further investigation. Andy, I don't know if you have a comment, but did you question the consultants in terms of their split of the cost? Because I suspect it may be fairly arbitrary.
Through the chair, we asked the consultants to prepare two separate designs, and they priced those separately. So they did a separate design for the wastewater and a design for the stormwater, and priced those two separately. Unless I'm missing the point here.
Yeah, I think she's got steam coming out of her ears now.
Yeah. I think the
Can you
point
take
is,
that offline, Felicity, because it sounds like it's not crucial to your decision making today, but it's something that you want improved going forward in the report, decision making report.
It's about the silence of council and not asking the rating and the financial team about what content to put in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McNally, oh hang on, sorry, I did say I'd go to Anne Court one more time. Keep forgetting the hands.
Oh, you're on mute. And start talking.
Councillor Court? If you're trying to use your headset, there's a problem with them. It's not the headset, it's the HP laptop from today. Right, nothing in the comments?
Hand raised, no.
Councillor McNally, off to you for closing, please.
I agree with Councillors Foy and Radich that this is a problem that we have to get on with. We can't have the problem affecting the property. What I did have a question relating to was the reputation this morning, the network sewer goes through that particular property, and it was also a problem coming up through the manholes. So I think from here, I'll be supporting this application. There's a couple of actions that I believe are required. One is the question around the stormwater rate take. Is it ring fenced to the area collected to be spent in the area collected? Because that would assist in this situation, number one. Secondly is our asset management plan. Mr Finch gave us a great explanation of the schedule of capital program for works coming out of the three waters, which may or may not proceed. So we just need more information around that, because if we have to fund that 36 to 40 million next year and 50 odd in the coming years, that's going to be a pretty significant loan requirement and debt impact. Just the I was going to ask the impact on rates current and future years, and that's been answered. So 522,000 here is going to be a 0.64% increase in rates next year. Now, is that across the district or targeted? I assume it's across the district. So that's more actions required. I just think this. So impact on rates going forward, we need to know that, and these sort of things. Let's have a look at the horizontal subsurface pipe work. The unbudgeted capital expenditure, when it comes out, it has to have in here the impact on next year's rates. And our AMPs have got to, we've got to get our asset management planning up to speed pronto. However, I will be supporting this.
And Councillor McNally, were you leaving A-2 as it is, or were you going to suggest an amendment that it comes from the stormwater reserves rate?
Yes.
I'm sure I heard somebody say that.
Well, it depends how much the reserve is. I mean, if
We
you've got
4.57 million.
Pardon?
4.57 million.
No, you're nuts, not the years.
Okay, so McNally and
moved and seconded, so you're happy for that to just be a straight change to A-2? Somebody? Oh, sorry, Fleur.
What are you proposing?
Councillor McNally has amended 2 to add the wording to the paid, Janice wording would be paid for from the stormwater reserves.
Yes.
To be paid for by the stormwater reserves. Come over and second.
Yep, that's fine with that.
And then the debate goes through.
No,
I
we
have a
had
question
closing.
on that one. Is that stormwater, the stormwater we're talking about here, or, and that's how much is in the reserve? Correct. Okay, that's all I need.
So we can go fix that one up the road too.
See it on the screen.
Okay, I'm gonna just let you see that on the screen, and then we're gonna put it to the vote. Council approved unbudgeted capital expenditure as follows. So we've got the same resolution for 8.1.2 is added to be paid for from the stormwater reserve. Take the budget out because it's not a budget.
From the stormwater reserve.
Yeah.
So just 2 is being paid for from stormwater. Two. Yeah, the other one will be
Absolutely. And then B approves the
magically on the money tree.
Approves the Vulnerable Waters Alliance. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Any against? Thank you. And we've got Moko as an abstention because he wasn't in the room. Thank you very much. I'll just go get Kahika.
I suppose I'm a little bit worried that we're only talking about one property here, and it doesn't suggest that it's an area or one of being affected by
It's a catchment area.
I know, but it's not, it just talks about one.
Done.
We're going to load your property up with the required funding. Unbudgeted.
Yeah,
Pardon?
we just put your rates up.
Yeah.
That it's getting sorted, I'm probably not so happy that my rate's going up, but that's all right. We'll go to item 6.3.
I don't think it's stormwater.
Page 20. Wastewater.
Wastewater,
Item 6.3, easement required over local purpose reserve pursuant to section 48 reserve at servicing Kilikiri wastewater treatment plant. I could get a move for this one.
Yeah.
Councillor McNally, seconded by Councillor Vucic. Councillor McNally.
Yeah, when you've got that sort of structure sitting in these sort of things, you've got to have easements to protect them, so it's, I guess this is just a tidy up.
Tidying up loose ends.
Okay. Any other member like to speak to it? Put it to a vote. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. We will now go to 6.5. Road renaming on page 43. Renaming. Header Road, and it's been moved by Councillor Vucic, seconded by Councillor Makina. Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, I was on the community board when a very extensive and detailed delegation was given there, and it covered all of the bases. One, the local tapu was talked to, the leaders were talked to, the history associated with the name was there as well. So I'm actually happy to add this back on the name based on confidence that done a lot of homework. I'd like to avoid though in the future the situation of a quick reaction before consultation occurs. Thank you. So I
appreciate that. Councillor Rakina.
Kia ora kahika, tautoko ana ngā koro a ngā waine tai mai I te atu nei. Kono tāku, e tika ana pia me tātiri atu I te tahi wāhanga ki tēnei tūtohunga, kia kaua e hoki mai tētahi ki te panoni anō I te ingoa, ka tui kona. Kau kia au e hihana kia haere mai tētahi whanaunga no roto o Waima, no roto o Tāheke Raini, kia tatu mai me te kawe anō I tēnei rahu, me mutu I konei, whanawhi tēnā. E hiake ngā taimātua panoni I tēnei ingoa, me noho ki tēnei, kua rungo tātou I ngā kōrero mai I ngā whānau e hona ki tēnā whenua, no rātou tēnā ingoa, no rātou hoki tēnā kaumātua kuia, no reira ko tāku, me mutu I konei.
Tēnā koe. Thank you, Councillor Rakina. I've noted we've got some of our Northern Transportation Alliance staff in the room here. I wondered if, on the petition itself, not within the paper, but the petition itself to rename Peta Road back to Peters Road, it has an apostrophe S to show that the road belongs to Peta. Will we be able to confirm or see if that is a possibility?
The Chair, so we did some research on that, and so we urge not to be included because it creates possession by having the apostrophe in it. So normally we only symbols are acronyms with
Thank you for that. I mean, I'll vote in favour of this because it's come from the whānau and they've done their homework in this space. As a Māori language interpreter following the Māori language orthography technical guidelines from the Māori Language Commission, generally for Māori names we wouldn't add the S to show position to show that it's Peters Road, and the guidelines state that it's better to rephrase in this space. So rather than, for example, say Kaikohe's town centre, would say the Kaikohe town centre or the town centre in Kaikohe. Those are the guidelines, but I just appreciate the fact that this whānau have done their homework and this is what they want. On the flip side of this, we were filming for our homegrown show Ngāwai Teka on Tuesday, and I was made aware by one of the other panellists that there are a few names out in South Kianga, I think Waimamaku and Opononi, that do have names that they would like remove because of those conventions. So I suppose it's echoing what Councillor Rakina has said. I don't want us to go around the mulberry bush over circumstances like that, and want us to make sure we've got sound processes in place so that if a name change does come before this council, that we know that we've ticked every box, we've consulted widely, and that is what is going, it is going to be changed to. I think that any financial implications in this instance are going to be incredibly minimal because someone can just go and take the sticker they put on the S off this roadside. I mean, I don't want us look at this a deputation to an original report to our community board a year ago, another one this time around, deputation, staff hours over report writing, another deputation today to this council, and we're back to where we were again. I just think of all of the time that people have had to put into staff-wise, elected member-wise, community-wise, and we've gone back to square one. If we can make sure our processes are sound in the first instance, we won't be wasting so many time. So that's my 5 cents. I'm happy to open the call to anyone else if they wish to speak to this. Councillor Message, would you like a right of reply?
No, I'm fine.
And we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, the motion is carried. We'll now move to item 6.6 on page 49. And I'm happy to move a recommendation that council agree to rename Spink Lane and Kirikiri to Te Arapū Way. And I did like this report in the background around why this request has come through, and I don't expect us to see it come back to us next year. Seconded by Councillor Deputy Shepherd. Kelly, would you like to speak to this?
Kaore. It's straightforward.
You'd open the floor. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We'll now move to item 6.7 on page 54. Committee recommendations and resolutions from October 2023. If I could get a mover for these, please. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford, seconded by Councillor Kiskovich. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Oh, just, yeah, thank you very much for the legal opinion, Andrew, and just want to highlight that, where is it, the legal opinion, has everyone seen the legal opinion? So, there may be a perceived conflict as a result of councillors making financial decisions on recommendations from the hearings panel, but we're making a decision on a recommendation that has come from a committee. To me, that's the same thing. Unless we've submitted on the district plan, you know, tuck it in there, then we're not conflicted. And yeah, so I'm happy to support the recommendation. Let me just read the recommendation, make sure I'm supporting the right thing. I'm on the wrong page. There it is. So we've got the 5 independent panel members and 1 optional councillor panel member. Yeah. And the hearings panel will only make recommendations to council. We will adopt the district plan. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Kiskovich.
Of the 5 independent panel members, the Mātua Māori and Kaupapa Māori, who will actually choose who these members are?
Would that be staff?
Yeah, so through the chair, delegated authority is through the group manager or policy man.
So that will be Roger.
Correct.
And Roger, are you happy to, because we have had the chair of our Te Kauaka committee contact us around being kept in the loop or being able to offer insight into the considerations in the space. Are you open to having those conversations?
Yep,
sure. Delegated authority?
I would
sorry.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'll bring it back to the council, take away the delegated authority.
I just want to, through the chair, inform elected members we're in discussions with candidates to join the hearing panel. We've already approached and had confirmation from 5, pretty much at the stage 5 parties that they do wish to be on the panel. So we would need some pretty quick direction as to whether that was going to stay with staff or that was going to change, because we were going to proceed to obviously starting to formalise contracts.
Okay, I don't want to feel like we're interfering. I just would like, because I'm really interested in who you guys think are Mātua Māori experts, and probably more Amatia as well.
Certainly. So as part of this process, Andrew helped. We worked together as a team up at the upper management level to have a look at the appropriate candidates to approach. And what happened at the last council meeting is that there was an endorsement of our commissioner list of our independent commissioners. So Andrew worked very carefully on helping us to create a criteria that we would apply to then work out who our best candidates from that list were. So we selected, how many candidates, sorry, Andrew, was it for that component?
I can't remember the exact number. There's been 10 and 16 candidates on our approved commissioner list who had skills in tikanga, Whātuanga Māori. And from those that list, we approached all of them to see who were still interested. And we heard back, and then we went through a criteria of experience, location, other qualifications. And we approached those candidates after we went back to the iwi authorities and asked if they had a preference in terms of those candidates which we identified.
Got it. Just one thing, can we have a chat offline about who they are?
We have lunchtime shortly.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sawing.
resolution about part 2 of the resolution where it says one optional councillor, panel member. If 2 councillors wanted to be on a particular topic, and who decides the topics? Will there be a paper come to council about the scope of which topics, relate to a certain hearing panel, and how those are decided? Or is it currently proposed that staff will decide that, and we won't know the list?
Tammy.
Through the chair. We were anticipating that we would work with, if this resolution goes through and we end up with 4 councillors, but 1 role, then we would anticipate that we would collectively work together in consultation with the chair that's appointed on the hearing panel to work out how that would be divided up into the four councillors. So that would be based on things like availability. Do people have a preference? Which certain hearings can they not participate in? If there is any conflict that needs to be managed. So at this stage, we were thinking it would be quite just working together on that collectively.
Based on that response being made, I want to move an amendment to remove word 1 from the resolution, which just says optional council panel members. So that will give us the flexibility to decide if there's going to be more than 1 councillor on a certain topic, or there's just going to be 1 councillor on a certain option, but just leave it open anyway.
I wasn't at the Te Waka meeting. Was there a reason why that was excluded?
Yeah, there's a reason why it just says 1.
That committee?
So we've had a couple of, we've had a couple of kōrero on it. We had a session with Tammy to sort of iron it out. I wanted to be on everything initially, Felicity, but then I was like, oh, let's get real. I want to do my level 5 Te Reo Māori next year as well.
Told her she couldn't be deputy mayor.
Yeah, he told me I couldn't be deputy mayor. So what we can do is we're allowed to be there and listen, and the chair could even give us permission to ask questions. It's at the chair's discretion. If there are double ups, like if we both want to sit there for a whole week on some of the items, or if we all want to be there. But it's at the chair's discretion whether you sit at the table or you sit somewhere else in the room. I don't think we need to make it that there's more than 1, and Tammy might speak to more around how she's already confirmed with the Commissioner how many people will be on the panel, and we did a resolution on how big the panel would be.
Tammy, if you'd like to speak to that.
So the resolution that was passed said that there would be a requirement for a minimum quorum of 2. So what it is it sets the baseline for any hearing to be held. There have to be 2 panel members. However, we need to factor in the complexity of a hearing as to how many members should sit on the hearing panel. We were envisioning a more complex hearing if we have 3 panel members sitting. So this is why we promoted the agenda item that it would be 1 councillor role there, so that would give obviously the chairing endorsement sits with independent commissioners because of their qualifications, and then that would leave for 1 other independent commissioner with the expertise to support that hearing process. If you did bring on board the desire to have up to 2 councillors sitting at any one time, that would mean we probably need to be looking at adding 4 panel members sitting. That can be done, but there's obviously a cost implication with that.
Alright, so currently we've got wording for 1, and Councillor Boy has moved an amendment to make that. What was that? Sorry, Councillor Boy?
Yeah, thank you, Member for, and I don't know the qualifications and experience of these other panel members. But
we had a whole list of them.
I had to memorise them, sorry, and I don't know what the topics are. either, like if it's about open spaces or if it's about,
speeding. Happy for you to move your amendment,
Yeah, and
Councillor, just if we could get the wording so we can debate it.
thank you, it's just removing the word one and putting an S on the end of members. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for this amendment?
Aye.
Thank you, Councillor Haukia Harawira. Councillor Boyd, did you want to add anything else before I open the floor to other members on this proposed amendment?
Thanks, Mr. No, it doesn't actually.
It doesn't mean we have to have two.
Correct.
It just means.
It just means that it's open to it until we actually get the list of all the topics and all the panel members, so that we have those options, because I don't think it's been recognised that maybe elected members have certain expertise in certain areas, value of property, Māori, education. I don't know what the topic is.
Thank you for that. Councillor Haukia Harawira, did you want to speak to this amendment?
Just to say that that thing about mātauranga Māori, that just can't be bestowed on any Māori. That those experts, probably best not being commissioners, but maybe they be brought into the hearing, because yeah, they've got a different skill set. I'm looking at the likes of Veria Te Makiha, Kaimana, that's mātauranga Māori. It's not just any Māori that we tukura. Yeah. Just to be aware of that, we may have to, I don't want to get into a long debate on this, but just to mention that.
Yeah. Thank you. Could I open the floor to anyone to speak to the amendment as it is written on screen? So just, thank you, Councillor Radich.
Through the chair, we're paying for it through our operational budgets.
Rate
pays.
They pay for most of our stuff. All right. Councillor Hoy, would you like to write a reply?
No.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Cook. Thank you, Councillor Court. Councillor Foy, write a reply.
No, I think it's straightforward.
We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Councillor Rado and Councillor Court.
Yeah.
Recorded,
Aye.
please.
Aye.
The amendment is carried. It forms a substantive motion that I will need a mover for. I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Kleskovic.
Yeah.
I think we can put it to the vote. All those in favour of the substantive motion, which includes the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? Councillor Rich. And that is carried. We will now move to item 6.8 on page 56. Kaikoura Wastewater Treatment Plant discharging contract and delegated authority. I'd like you to move for this one, please. Thank you, Councillor Kappa. Councillor Vucic, and I'll second that. Do you want to speak to this, Councillor Vucic?
No, carry out some loose ends.
Thank you. Right, we'll put that to a vote. All in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Kappa was.
And Councillor Kappa is declared a conflict and abstained.
Yes.
Aye.
We'll now go to item 6.9 on page 59. Hokianga Harbour long-term plan, and I'm thinking of Matua Anaru who came to us in the last long-term plan process to request this, and it's great to see it on our agenda today. So I'm happy to move this.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Vucic. Really, well, for me, it's we know within this space that you can't do anything without a plan. We're never going to get anywhere without the planning. From the paper, plans were made to make a plan, and then the government reneged on their portion of the money to actually get the plan done. This is us walking the talk and saying, okay, we want to look at long-term decision-making and sustainability and connections for our communities. We're here to put up the money to do the plan that will see that happen. So that's why I'm in favour of this council research.
Yeah, just pointing out a few things which I think most would know. One is it's came from Community Board. They put this forward as well. And it comes out of the group which is looking at Harbour Ferry Liaison Group. And it's on the second on page 60. There's the group resolved the strong recommend that the Waikato King Board advocate for the development of the Hokinga Harbour long-term transport plan. And that probably benefits what the intent was, and that's to have a solution long-term how not only crosses the harbour, but by what means as well. And just for the planning, it actually is not particularly identifying a particular solution.
Thank you for that. Happy to open the floor. Councillor McNally.
This is just history repeating, isn't it? Joe Carr will be very pleased.
Yeah. Yeah.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Shepherd.
I was fortunate to be sitting in a van with Joe Carr last week, and we were with the then Minister of Transport, and this came up. So when I saw the report at the agenda preview, I was like, oh heck, it's not just a dream. It's some, you know, something that we've got in our work plan. Great.
Thank you, Councillor Court.
On mute.
You're on mute, Councillor.
Councillor Court, along with Councillor Kappa, you also owe me a beer because you're still on mute. We can hear you now. Thank you for that, Councillor Court. All right. By way of Councillor Rakina.
Yeah, I totally with this. It's awesome to see it come back to the table and the community support it as well. Just wanted to put out some of the concerns in terms of just following on from what Councillor Court has brought to light. I think a lot of, when you bring things up such as this, people are going to be saying, oh, where's the money coming from, and why are we building a bridge when we can't even fix the current roads or partial roads that we currently have. So that's the first concern. Also the environmental impact. There's adverse effects on the taiao, including disrupting aquatic ecosystems, water quality, shorelines. They may require dredging or disturb habitat, marine life. There's also, if we look at our current roads as well, like you just have to go outside either way of Kaikohe. There's litter along Mangakahia Road, there's litter along Te Pua Road, there's litter along Taheke Road. So what's the potential that the commuters that will use that bridge, and there's an increase in tourism as well that we're trying to attract in Te Tautokero. So what's the likelihood and of the local communities of them throwing their litter out of their windows, which will go into the harbour. At current state, they're trying to kia haka hoki mai te oranga o tō tātou wai o te hokianga. So we currently have the plan of our wastewater treatment plants that we're trying to fix at the moment, which is kind of not going anywhere at the moment. The maintenance and upkeep for those bridges, that will come into our rates as well. There's just a couple of the concerns that I wanted to share, but in terms of connecting Northland, connecting North and South Hokianga to allow for a lot of those commuters as well. I've spoken in the past about how awful it is for a lot of the kaumātua and a lot of the whānau who have to travel long ways just to get to the Rawene Hospital to be able to pick up their prescription. We know that Māori, our haora is not the greatest, so to be able to provide that to them, I think is a very good thing. Sure, my tata.
No, this is right of reply, noting that this puts up the monies that we can actually plan, and that plan might show that the best option for the crossing to connect North and South Hokianga is A, B or C. But until we have that plan in place, we don't actually know any of those cost considerations and things that we need to take in. The other thing too is we could have several iterative governments by the time we actually get to a CE, or this current government could, we never know what sort of lots of money could get put up where we say, hey, we've got a great thing that equals that, give us the 175k, this is the outcome we're getting out of it, and it won't actually be great. So we never know, but at least putting this in the wings means that we'll have something to go off. That was the right of reply. Councillor Poinesi, you have an incredibly pertinent question.
Yeah, it's a question about buckets, the funding, and I can see Keith Rose here. I just had a question as to why we're funding this instead of the regional council, where they have the mandate of transport planning for the whole of Northland. And yeah, why haven't they been lobbied, and why haven't they included that in their buckets money for transport planning for Northland?
This year, it's part of our obligation and Transport Act to have a 30-year we are, it's our responsibility to have that 30-year plan to include transport area, including water crossings. So it does fall within our remit to some extent, but we will be needing to work closely with the NRC, and we do that through the right NTA relationship on the water aspects. So the report talks about how we will need to work with them on mitigate the whole mitigation strategy and things that they've got ongoing at the moment. So with the Commission of the Council, started on
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted our staff to table that with regional council at least, that this is important for the Hokianga, and so that in terms of our budgets we can keep on going. We've got lots of things in our 30-year infrastructure strategy that we haven't progressed, like sewage for Waikato, for example. So we've got lots of things to keep busy with, and they should know that that's the priority for taking in the Hokianga as well.
Thank you. And noted, we'll put that to a vote. In favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions. Motion is carried. We'll now go to item 7.2, our Mayor and Councillors' reports. To note the report submitted by half of us, or just over half of us. So we must be getting some decent reports for the next one coming through from members who haven't submitted this time round. I'm happy to move that we note these reports. If I could get a second though.
I'm happy to second one of those that were.
Thank you, Councillor Research. Just same again, I always appreciate reading these reports, and I know that there are members of the public who also appreciate reading through these reports to see the incredible work councillors are doing between our meetings. I wanted to, just going through the reports, what did I read, because I wrote some notes on here. By Hilda's report, always love the format and structure that you put into yours. I noted on page 109 an acknowledgement to my whanaunga there on screen, which is great to see, but also all of the other local heroes that we have in our district that you like to highlight within your reporting. All in all, just appreciate the reports that have come through from members and encouragement, a kick, whatever else it takes for the members who haven't submitted reports to please ensure that you get those in for our next council meeting. Councillor Research.
No, I don't really have any comment.
Thank you. Have you opened the floor, Councillor Rakana?
Ai ni pe ka pona he ngari ka te hau ki te ani taku report e roti tēnei. Ke roto I tō pukapuka?
Ka hone ko mahu e me tai?
Aye.
Have some.
Sorry, just noting that my report, I wasn't sure if it was just my report that was missing. Are there any other? Or was it just mine? Just mine. Oh, wait.
Just yours.
We'll have a follow-up
We'll look
on
at
that
that.
one.
God, I made a huge effort to make my report really, really cool this time with some cool photos.
We'll chase that one up. Councillor Court.
Do you want to tape and put it on the map?
Thank you for that, Councillor Court. Highlighted, appreciated, and it is something that we need to continually press to get the actual funding mechanism changed, because it is set up for failure and it's failing us, and we know that, and we hear about it day in day out. We'll put this to a vote. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. We'll go to item 7.3, our council actions sheet update on page 120. To receive our action sheet, I'd like to get a mover. Thank you, Deputy Stratford, seconded by Councillor Rakana. Deputy Stratford, was there anything that you picked up on in your action sheet?
No.
Councillor Rakana? Right, we'll put that to a vote. And say aye. Those opposed? Oh, sorry, Councillor Radich. Thank you for that, Councillor Radich. We'll move this recommendation. All in favour, say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. We are going to go into lunch, but before so, we will move into public excluded so that we can come back into that.
I've got a few things I'd like to add, if I could.
At the end?
No, we need it before you go to lunch.
Oh, all right, we'll hear from you now.
Okay, kia ora. I don't see in here some things that have just turned up that I see as priority. Maybe we need to have an extraordinary meeting one day. One of them was about the dog policy in light of the recent death of one of our kuia. And as said by a former speaker, that we've had 2 deaths and that we need to look at our policy, our bylaw, whatever. The second one is that the FNDC report to go to NRC about Rawe Opanoni Kohukohu. I'm hoping that we can be part of shaping that, especially the stuff that's been put forward by our community board members from Hokianga. That was the second one, and also it would be really great to have a media release for Ngāti Kahu about the Wāhi Tapu. So those are just things I thought I should mention. They're not in this current meeting, and they do need a bit of, we need to address it this month.
Thank you for that. We'll take that offline, and I appreciate that I do am rushing through our items ever so slightly. What I'll do now is move that we move into public exclusion. Before we go into, but that we also permit Eli Smith as our interpreter to stay in as a part of public exclusion. If I could get a move for that. Councillor Rakina, seconder.
Yep.
All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. We will go into the meeting proper itself after lunch though, and I can see Peter de Graaf is in the room. Great to have you here, Peter. If we could get confirmation when our live stream is Those reports are contractual or are about purchasing, so they will remain in public excluded until they are complete when we then release them. Before I close with karakia, this weekend is the long weekend, Labour weekend, so please stay safe. We know that we get tens of thousands, if not 100,000 visitors over long weekends up here in the far north. So expect those manuhiri here. Please stay safe on our roads because we know the road toll is particularly perilous over long weekends. We also have a number of homegrown kaupapa on, so we've got the Christopher Harris Memorial Rugby Tournament over in North Hokianga in Kohu on this weekend. We've got the Piri Mokena Memorial Games, the 40th, hosted by Wainui Marae Tuki over at Kaiō Rugby Club this weekend as well. Go Waihapa Rugby in 14s. That Menetau will be playing fourth this year again. And so yeah, please have a safe long weekend.
Anyone else? John, are you available? Waihapa?
I will close us off with a karakia. May the seas be kind, listening, shana, like Greenstone and dance across the pathway. Kia ora te marino, kia ka whakapona me te moana, kia tere te karo ki rohi I muri o Waraki. Kia ora.
We should be playing at Christopher Harris though, that's our other side.
When the bridges built, one day each.
Yeah.
Dry night.
They might jump on us under the rock. They might see me just skip on.
Oh,